Good evening and welcome back for more Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. As always, I'm Maniacal Engineer and hello Normans. Last time we barely got started with the final case of the game, and apparently someone has a severe case of poisoning. And I've got yet another difficult defendant who will barely talk to me. I absolutely object to mimes. But alright, we can now go to the Drew Studio. October 7th, Drew Studio. Wow, this looks like... It looks like a studio. Yes, it's called Drew Studio. Also, court record. Alright, so this is my client, Vera Misham. I know nothing other than her name and mailing address. Well, at least that's more than I knew about some other people. It looks like life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. Unfortunately, I did not find Shiny Mime Jr. yet, so... I'm not done encountering mimes, but none of my Pokemon know Lick anymore, so... Technically, yes, Jay? Huh? Apollo, look at this one. Looks half-finished. You can see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, that's a good point. That is odd. They're probably covering up... Okay, I know this. I know this one. This is Art Forgery 101. If you want to actually disguise a painting, and you want to, smuggle a very expensive painting, how you do it is you paint over it with, other paint, and you make it look like a very cheap painting. Then you remove all the paint, and, well, you're left with a blank canvas, so you screwed yourself over. Congratulations! Yeah, that makes about as much sense as anything. Also, you and me both, Normans. You and me both. I was really hopeful that I'd find one yesterday. Yesterday. Today is Monday. But alas, you get a break from it because, well, like I said yesterday, I'm not streaming that this upcoming Sunday. I'm streaming something else. Something very exciting. Anyway, so that painting is a little bit weird. Landscape obtained at Drew Studio, only half finished. Rough sketch is still visible. Fine. I still don't know who Drew Misham is. Technically, I didn't even know that was his last name. I guess Vera Misham is related. Possibly a younger sister. All the paintings have a really different style, too. Is this Phoenix? Or is this Clavier? I hate when it's just question mark, because I don't know. It might be Emma. Ah, I thought I might find you two here. It is Emma! Hi, Emma. Long time no see. And of course she's munching snacks. Oh? Seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow. I've heard about it, sure. So, Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the fuck the case is about. He kinda just tossed me in the deep end, told me I can't talk to anybody, and expects me to do something about any of this. Well, he was killed, the artist who owns this studio, that is. Oh, so it's Vera is probably his daughter, then. Yeah, that makes sense. Mr. Drew Misham. Misham. And his daughter, yep, that makes perfect sense. His daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. Normans, that is Ace Attorney formula to a T. Every case is random BS, and somehow I win. That's why I said last time, there's nobody competent in the Ace Attorney universe. You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. I remember someone who died by poisoning. His name was Glenn Elg. Also, someone tried to poison Godo, and Phoenix ate poison and was fine. It's basically a blizzard. Yes! Yes. There are parts of the country that have been, well, certainly parts of the US that I know have been shut down by storm. Blizzard. So I'm guessing you either live in the northeastern US or in Canada, which I feel like I already knew. But yeah, no, my condolences for that. I would not leave my house at all if I could help it during that point in time. Alas, though, Atlantic can't... Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Because that's exactly... That region, right? Northeastern US and then Eastern Canada, that's exactly where shit's gone down. I do not own a snowblower. I do not have room for a snowblower. I barely have room for my snow shovel. This actually somehow reminds me that there is something that I need to point out. First of all, my neck is feeling better. Not completely. It still hurts a little bit, especially when I turn it mostly to the left, but it's fine. Like, it's getting better every day. There's nothing really to worry about. However, for the time being, I have disabled the no glasses or the lose the glasses channel point reward. I suspect, though I cannot prove, that leaning into my computer really close to try to read while I don't have my glasses on. Well, first of all, it's shitty posture to begin with, but I was doing that quite a bit last week. It would not surprise me if that contributed to the neck issue. So I've got to find a better way to deal with that. It will come back, but at least for right now, disabled as a reward. It's still technically something that can be spun on the wheel, but as a wheel spin, it does have lower odds than a bunch of the other stuff, and if it pops up every once in a while as a wheel spin, we can go with it. I will just try not to lean in so close to my computer. I am trying to take care of myself this year. That's why I got the Pro Controller that fits better in my hands, and is more ergonomic for my wrists and thumbs. That's why I am doing this proactively as opposed to when, last year when I disabled some voices after I already had a sore throat. So... And it connected in my head because I remember the last time I had to shovel snow, I hurt my back.
Whippersnappers everywhere.
Good, I'm glad the audio and visual is actually working because it just was acting up last week. And of course, when this stuff acts up, what you gotta do to deal with this stupid snipper-wapper technology is you gotta hit the computer as hard as you possibly can and make sure that it's working properly. That's just how you do technology. Anyway, poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. The poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackoos. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around, which is a really, really fucking stupid restriction. I don't know why you expect anybody to succeed. Like, you're literally throwing us into the deep end, not giving us any resources, and expecting us to actually have a proper trial. This is not how any court of law works, you stupid snipper-wapper Phoenix. But of course, I would expect nothing less from him. He doesn't know a courtroom from a hole in the ground. Or his ass. Which means we'd better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. Talk to you, Emma. Tell us about the victim. So, this Drew Misham was some kind of artist then. They apparently did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Oh, good. Just like Elise Dunim, except she also wrote the books, didn't just illustrate. Also, how old is this Drew Misham? He's 52. And his daughter is 19. So he was, 33 when she was born. The defendant accused of poisoning her father, Drew Misham. Painter known for his illustrations, poisoned at Drew's studio, detective obsessed with scientific investigation, did preliminary research on the case. Stupid Phoenix, right? I hate that farfel muncher. He had a lot of female fans too, for what it's worth. Oh, well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. It wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Misham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. I'm sorry, what the fuck do you mean by that? Yeah, what Trucy said. He was always locked up here in his studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in that letterbox over there. Letters like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z? Or perhaps we're talking Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Lamed, Mem, Nun, Vav, Zayin. Wait a minute, I got those out of order. Not that any of you would have known. Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Vav, Zayin, Het, Tet, Yud, Kaf, Lamed, Mem, Nun, Samachayin, Peit, Tzadi, Kuf, Resh, Shin, Taf. There we go. I can't believe I got the numbers of the Hebrew bet out of order. But do people still write those? I thought people typed most of the time. What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? As opposed to one of those fake Greek letters that they made up billions of years ago. Actually, if you think about it, all letters are made up. Somebody had to invent the written word. In fact, even fucking Wingding was made up. Somebody made that up, too. Language is made up. It's all bullshit and nonsense. Don't most people... Oh, you're talking about that one. Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Even Shelley D. Killer was getting with the times 8 years ago. 9 years ago. Who the fuck knows? Anyway, not Mr. Misham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Which is why he had a lot of female fans. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? I mean, to be fair, doing things with your hands proper, like actual writing, I can see how that would tie into art. Not that I am an artist, but I do find satisfaction in completing tasks with my own two hands as opposed to having technology do it for me. Case in point, the disassembled car stereo that I have scattered about this room. I was successful in what I was supposed to do with that. And I don't have to put it back together again. Which is good, because I don't think I could. Not because I couldn't figure out how to put it back together again, but because, well, some of the components are a little bent out of shape, shall we say. Also, this reminds me, I didn't tell this story yesterday, but I mentioned that I nicked my thumb while I was taking apart this stereo. Actually, I think I did mention this. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I'll mention it again, right? I was down here and I was working, and, you know, my wife came downstairs to tell me to get to bed because, especially on Saturday nights, I'm no good at getting to bed at a reasonable time. And she finds me surrounded by the pieces of this disassembled stereo, with the Band-Aid on my thumb and blood on my shorts, because I bled a little on my shorts before I realized, oh, I accidentally nicked my thumb. And she sees me and she gets this exasperated look on her face, almost like she's thinking about whether she wants to kiss me or punch me. Needless to say, I was dragged out of this room and upstairs, and she told me, "Get out of those bloody shorts already, that's disgusting." It's like, they're not that bloody. There's like maybe a little bit on there. But oh well, who was I to question it? Alright, letter box added to the court record. Drew Misham's contact with the outside world, it's empty. In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? No, you mean our client. The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Oh, that's lovely, Normans. See, I'm not the only one. Although, to be fair, I knew better and I really should have been wearing gloves, which I've got in this house somewhere. Well, taking apart an object with sharp metal corners. I really should have fucking known better. But I was excited to do this. Like, I like taking stuff apart and usually putting it back together again. Like, it gives me a chance to learn about how things work. I'm an engineer, this shouldn't surprise anybody, right? I've repaired my dryer, I've done some engine work on my car, very light engine work on my car, I've done work on my laptop, I replaced the battery, which for an Alienware is not as simple as popping off the old one, popping in a new one. I actually had to give this thing open heart surgery, basically. I've replaced car battery, like, learning how to do stuff makes me feel more competent. And again, it gets into what I was saying, is that it really does feel satisfying doing something with your own two hands. It's probably part of the reason why I like Lego so much. Of course, I can't do things with my own two hands if I keep slicing them or injuring my wrist or shit like that. Oh well, I'll be more careful. Possibly. But okay, if they were the only ones allowed in this room... Of course you're gonna find their fingerprints in here, but yes, Trucy has a point. What the hell do you mean, basically? That's not very scientific, Science Goblin. Okay, so here's the thing, Normand. When it comes to stuff like that, if you actually do intend to put something back together again, and if it's something relatively complicated, then there's a couple of things you have to do. You have to either mark stuff as you go, or take pictures, or have just like a guide and set of instructions on how to do stuff. That's sort of how I handled my my laptop. Was I marked screws, and then I also took pictures, and I had a guide up. Also, hi Snowy. I think that says spin, but for some reason I didn't move that at all, so I don't know why that's acting up. No, don't select the other one. Move up. Fucking hell, I hate OBS sometimes. Okay, that's not actually doing anything. The scroller isn't... Well, first of all, the scroller shouldn't even be there. So that's a little bit unusual, but whatever. I never change these settings, shit just happens. Yeah, no, that scroller should not be there. So what if I... No, that's just... No. No, I'm undoing everything that I have done. Don't touch anything. I'm gonna break it, even though I was the one who put it together. Alright, Snowy says spin. Reminder that this is gonna be the only way that lose the glasses is going to be a thing. And of course, that's immediately what we spin. Alright, so that's one. And two is who's this, who's your A? I need to move the wheel up a bit. So that it's not, yeah. I'll put it like there, so that it's not lined up like perfectly with the frickin' text box. Alright. Upside down. And... Oops. So, okay. Who's this Hoosier for 5 minutes? Upside down without glasses for 5 minutes, and then after 5 minutes of the Canadian voice, it's flip everything right side up, blah blah blah, and then start talking German. Okay, dearie. Let's get right on this stuff immediately. Alright, dearie. Let's keep going. Actually, last night, Mr. Misham something gave an interview to a reporter for the first time there. It happened during the interview, apparently, there. His first interview ever there, eh? Could you tell us a bit more about this, about what happened the night of the murder there? Oh, I see. I believe there's a turd in the punch bowl, but there's also a third conversation option now there. I don't know what this says here. I'm just gonna click it and hope for the best. So, this woman, Vera. I am squinting my eyes very, very, very hard without actually leaning in too far to see my computer. This is probably not so great for the eyes, but it's certainly better for the neck this way. She's Mr. Misham's daughter, right there? Oh, yes, there, a real... Oh, I can't read that at all there. This is very difficult. This is impossible. I don't even have anyone in voice chat to give me ideas as to what this is saying. A real... Sickly, does that say? I'm squinting very, very hard, but it's just not... The squiggles are refusing to define themselves very thoroughly. Yoko, can you see? What does that say? I can't tell there, A very sickly girl... I think that says... Well, it's either sickly or sticky, and I don't think it'd be describing a girl as sticky there. Very sickly girl... ever since she was little there. Yeah, probably that says sickly. Hardly ever went outside there, eh? She did kind of give off a withdrawn? Sort of... Oh, I definitely can't read that last word. That last word is way too complicated for me. Reading is very difficult for this Canadian judge here. In fact, reading is very difficult for all judges in this universe. That's just how it goes there. We're all a bunch of dunderheads and get distracted by jingly keys and whatnot. Yeah, I'm not even going to try to read that. Withdrawn sort of something or another there. She was... Oh, that is a very long squiggle. That is a very long squiggle there. Yeah, no, this is just not gonna work. This is not gonna work there, eh? I cannot read that very large squiggle. Although is that a hyphen in there? Because it almost looks like two squiggles that are connected by a tiny line. Yeah, that's a hyphen in there, isn't it there, eh? She was... homeschooled... That's what that's saying there, eh? Homeschooled by her father, apparently. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna assume it says. And that's 5 minutes. So, we must talk in the voice of the Manfred von Karma. And we will have to be tsundere family while doing it. Hello, Toast Ghost. You have missed the introduction of chaos into these streams. I now have utter chaos as far as channel point rewards go, including a VL spin. It is good to see you though, Toast Ghost. It has been quite some time. Anyway, I am now going to continue, and I will be tsundere for my beloved Melee, who is the best Pokemon trainer in the world. Hey, I will say I was right about that being homeschooled. I am very smart, even when I am blind, but not as smart as the ultimate person, Melee. Melee is wonderful. Melee is magnificent. I wish it was Melee that I had here next to me instead of Yoko. Yoko is nice and all, but she cannot compare to the wonderful sweetheart that is Melee, the world's best Pokemon trainer, and the one who truly owns my heart. In fact, I will say objection to Melee not being in every single Pokemon game, in every single... If we do not have any announcements about Melee being in Masters EX during upcoming Pokemon Week, it will be a true shame, and I will be very sad about the state of the Pokemon franchise. Oh yes, some of these redeems have sound. You have the wheel spins have sound. Little Goblin Knows Best has sound. Although Little Goblin Knows Best is no good right now because I am on my own and there are no goblins around. All of the funny voices have have sound effects. And then Tsundere for Edgeworth has a voice redeem. Not a voice redeem. Has a sound effect. And then Redhead Zelda Knife has a sound effect as well. So there should be 10 rewards total that have sound effects associated with them. Unfortunately, I could not give a sound effect for Tsundere for Melee because there are no audio clips of Melee at this time, which is a crying shame. Honestly, Pokemon needs to do better. They have given how many characters from Legends Arceus voices by now, and voice actors by now, but we do not have anything for the great and powerful Melee. I objection to this persecution against wonderful purple-haired people. I am not sure what else to say other than Melee might have also been homeschooled. I do not know how they handle education in the Diamond Clan. Regardless, he is very smart and very much smarter than anyone else in Hisui. Anyway, it was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. Oh dear, she must have crippling shyness. I know how to cure this crippling shyness. Have her talk to the great and powerful Melee, who will be able to handle her with the proper tact and gentleness and get her to be less afraid of the outside. Melee would not have any problems getting her to open up to him because he is just that great of a person. Anyway, that does sound like a scene. Melee would never create such a horrible scene. Melee would have stopped this from happening because he would know who actually committed this crime. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed to have her good luck charm for company. My good luck charm is Melee, but unfortunately, I never seem to have him with me. Good luck charm? What is it? Some kind of stupid farfel muncher? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. It is her extroverted friend, Melee. Why can't I ever get a normal client? That is a stupid question from a stupid farfel muncher, Apollo. This is the Ace Attorney universe. There's no such thing as a normal client. There's no such thing as a normal case. You have had 3 cases so far. You would think you were used to this shit by now. But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So, about the poison, it was found... What the fuck is it with people poisoning coffee? Why is it always coffee that got poisoned? That's 3. 3 times. It was Diego Armando's coffee. It was Glenn Elg's coffee. And now it's Drew Misham's coffee. You know what the correct solution to this is? Don't drink coffee, drink tea. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. No, not oh, hey! Wow, okay. Not precisely. Not precisely. What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Alright, the night of the crime, as opposed to the night of the opera. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into this studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview? Around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Look at that hair! That is stupid hair! Not hers, his. Last night he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. Better violently ill than illy violent? Who knows. And died? That's not a poodle, KR, that's a person! That's a person! That's a Drew Misham. That's a this guy. They cut out most of his hair from this profile. Also, I have more evidence, don't I? Aha! What a pretty business card. Looks like a he has fur-frou hair. What a pretty business card. Looks like a postcard almost. And on the back, just her name. With a D. That seems odd to me. Huh? What does? Why write your name on the front and back of the card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait or a caricature? Then people would remember what you look like, too. That's not a bad idea, actually. Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo. She's doodling something. Hey, my hair is not that spiky. It is a little unusual that that's all that's on the back. I will say, if and when I ever have Maniacal Engineer business cards, which may end up being a thing, I didn't just get a logo for nothing. I will certainly have the logo, and I might have the updated drawing from Sirius on the card somewhere. In addition to Twitch channel information and my Twitter account and whatever other... But, like, that's a very big if, because I don't think I'm going to be going to conventions as a creator anytime soon. Oh, hey, good. Your body has remembered how to produce melatonin. Portrait obtained at Drew Studio, more accurately stolen from Drew Studio. Why do I have so many of these? What importance do they possibly have? That middle bit is supposed to be a person. Jesus Christ. That is No, I'll tell you what that is. That's not a person. That's a brute bonnet. Probably a shiny brute bonnet. Well, what do we have here? It looks like a person thinking about something. No, it looks like a fucking brute bonnet. Maybe they're worried. Like, what should they have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? Dot, 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 dot. You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing? It depends. If you're a hobbit, then they're different. Hobbits have breakfast, second breakfast, elevensies, luncheon, tea, then I think it's dinner then supper, or maybe it's supper then dinner, but I'm pretty sure they have 7 meals a day. If you're a goblin, you probably also have 7 meals a day, or just a lot of snacks. Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. How fast is Hobbit metabolism? You'd have to ask Tolkien, and I'm pretty sure you can't because he's dead. Most Hobbits are rather rotund, though. Alright, just a blank canvas on the back. What do you want to bet one of these is going to have something stupid on the back of the canvas? Next, acrylic. That's a pufferfish. No, they store hair on their feet. Is that a pufferfish? Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish. What? There's no such thing. They're not the same thing? You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot on the lower belly there? Nothing! Must remember to keep Trucy away from small round fish. Alright, nothing on the back of this canvas. I'm watching you, canvas. Always watching. There's nothing on the back of that one. Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Oh, looks like it was only half completed. Huh? That's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you, too? They do, actually. What's that all about? I think he was also a forger. But alright, none of the canvases had anything on the back of them. That's disappointing. Hey look, a letterbox. I can't even... Well, I guess it makes sense. I didn't take that off the wall, but... She poisoned him on the night of his interview. Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Ooh, doohickamabobs. I like doohickamabobs. And since he's not using some of those at this point, I'm just going to take them apart. I could always use to have more scattered electronics strewn about this room in addition to the Lego and streaming equipment. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. What do you want to bet the reporter did it? Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. KR, it wouldn't surprise me. You could probably look this up and figure out if there is. It's not something that I would have any use for. So I wouldn't go looking it up. Regardless, I want to know more about this quote-unquote reporter. Which is apparently not something I can ask about. Fine. It's good to see you, Emma. Have my attorney's badge. I'm a detective. A detective, you can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer, okay? I think you need to be a little more focused in your inquiries. Scientific, even. Somehow I knew she'd get around to science. Oh, I know that you were assuming that it was for hobbits. I get where the non sequitur came from. Hobbits do have notoriously hairy feet. Not to be confused with Harry Potter. Magic show ticket. Emma, goblins like magic, right? Oh, right, she's the science goblin, not the magical bullshit goblin. What do you know about this? How about this? It's a business card. Portrait? Emma, about this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry. I guess she wants us to do a little footwork on our own. See, you were talking about hairy feet, now Apollo's talking about footwork. Wonderful! And this painting... it's the same thing. Aha, but I have good reason to examine this one. About this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. Without that, sorry. I have good reason! It's clearly only half done. The letterbox. I was wondering if you could take a look at it. No. No, nothing in the letterbox. Alright. Time to examinate. Coffee. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha! So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee. Daddy told me several stories about these from when he was a lawyer. Well, actually, one of them was before he was a lawyer. I would hope so. She said it was not quite in the cup of coffee? What did you mean by that? Poisoned coffee. Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee, so it could have been the fucking reporter! What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side, after all. Coffee mug added to the court record. Victim's last cup of coffee. The side of the cup reads Misham. What about her cup of coffee? Oh, I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? They never had any of those. Yeah, see, KR, it's like a frickin' repeated meme here. But apparently they didn't poison... well, maybe they did poison the cup, but that would still have... it would still have poison that seeped into the coffee proper, so you'd still detect it in the leftover liquid. Or on the cup. I'm sure they did more than just a cursory test. Well, okay, given the fucking police department here, you never actually know. But I like to give Emma a massive benefit of the doubt when it comes to this sort of thing. Especially in comparison to one Dick Gumshoe. Guests, don't be silly. You told us they never had those. Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Drew Misham alone. No poison was found here either, though! I'm so fucking confused. Hello? Hey, there's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? You certainly seem pleased by that possibility. Wait. Hey, look there. That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff What Blue Mountain? That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, that stain is probably... better ask Emma. Coffee. I thought they said it said Misham. That says M. Squiggle. I can read. But yeah, this painting is basically what a completed version of that partially completed. So again, is he an art forger? He might be. It's so normal. That's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Yes, it does, Apollo. I'm 10 steps ahead of you. Question mark. I'd better get a professional opinion on this. Hidden painting added the court record found at Drew's studio, notable for large plum. Oh god, it's Plum Kita. Well, no, she was Little Plum. The door is no clues here. Well, that's that. I want to talk about the letterbox. That letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Misham would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age, or wrote, rather. Well, if his handwriting is anything like the fucking paint on this, although to be fair, I'll tell you, it's a lot more difficult to try to write something in paint than it is to write something in pen. I did try painting at one point in my life, like actual painting. That's probably something none of you would have guessed. Knocked over stool. Eek, Apollo, did you... Oh, okay, that's where the body was. That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Or maybe he started it a year ago and was procrastinating. Is there a lot of... Oh yeah, it's over here. See, it's difficult to see these things with the menu, like, right here, and it's right at the fucking bottom of the screen. But yeah, there is a lot of paint on the ground. It's just all concentrated, like, right here. This painting! I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils, you know, but you know how they're so thick? Is that the word? These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Because he's imitating other art styles to be a more effective forger. I wouldn't doubt it. I really wouldn't. Yeah, what's going on with this half-finished one? It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketched part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed. This is weird. Very weird. Oh well, probably not any of my concern. Now these doohickama-bobs. We'll start with the computer. Oh, I guess it's everything. What is all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy, but these cost like $50 at the magic shop. Save the little goblin some money, Apollo. Don't be a cheapskate. Is this a desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Yes, that actually makes perfect sense. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. We had something somewhat similar in my graphic design class. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Of course, yeah, it's less about painting and more about drawing schematics. So, really, it's more something that an architect would do. But being able to read schematics is something that I should be able to do. It's a nice drafting table, though. This looks like an X-ray reader? The fuck? This is an interesting table. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Doot. Okay. A picture with his stupid hair. So this is Drew Misham. And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Heck. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh, right. The little doll? Something about the way that figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Objection! Please, I am a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? I think not! Probably pointing at something. Books. Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. Oh, it's new. He didn't write a single line. Alright, you had me going for a while there. What the heck is that? Ooh, cute. Look at the tiny frame, Apollo. Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What the fuck? What kind of picture would fit in that? None, apparently. It's empty. There's no glass in it either. What's he doing sitting on the desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. Don't order stuff online. Which he probably never did a day in his life. So I'm wondering if there was a picture that was actually in there and someone stole it. What the fuck picture that's 2 inches high could have been that important? Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thing? That's a feather thingy. That's a quill. Isn't that a pen, like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping Detrius off the deck. Oh, that makes sense. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Fair enough. There's a red letter in there. This envelope has been opened and resealed. Oh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago? Why would someone open a letter, then seal it again? I'd better hang on to this. The scarlet letter. Oh, right, the red envelope. Found in the victim's desk drawer, appears to have been opened once and resealed. Wonderful. Alright, let's see. What was I doing? Is there anything else to investigate? There is. I'm surprised there's nothing here I can investigate again, now that I've seen my little friend. What's this? It's chemicals, paints and stuff. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. And he can draw beautiful redheads with beautiful shaded hair like that. We could repaint your suit, Apollo, and cute redheads. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. Alright, so that looks like that for things that I can examine. Let's see, the red envelope. Yeah, that really wasn't done delicately. Apollo, look, it's been opened once here. You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. Alright, so I'm guessing that there's going to be some new talk options. We'll get to those after I take a quick break. So I will BRB. I did not expect that to take quite as long as it did, but had to go upstairs and get my allergy medication. I muted the mic, and when I was silent for a bit, it's because I had a fairly large sneezing fit. Shit happens, the weather here is going bonkers, so whatever. Alright. Let's do some forensic science. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking... Ow, my head is on fire! I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get, scientific now? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Yes, ma'am. I find this coffee cup suspicious. Yeah, I presented everything up to the letterbox. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue, residue on the rim. Eh? Ah, yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain? The fuck? I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science. I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug? That's right, see? It wasn't in the... Okay, so KR was right. They poisoned the mug. Not the... But again, you'd still think that some of it would have seeped into the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing. It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma'd be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for atroquinine. Quinine or quinine? I think it's quinine. Atroquinine. Huh? Atroquinine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy. Someone was poisoned with this exact same thing before. Uh-oh, I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. So I'll tell you what actually happened. The poison was on the guy's lips, not in the mug. Though I don't know how the hell the guy would have gotten the poison, or the reporter would have gotten the poison on it. But, like, that's a hypothesis. It's very much a hypothesis, but, like, if it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly, he wouldn't have taken a sip of his coffee and keeled the fuck over. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for the adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown that... That's fine, really. We do need to know all the gory details. Please tell me more. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please. You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Doug, what are you doing? Why'd you spray it on me? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. I thought my cat left me. Cats are good at hiding. Like Emma, when Emma wants to hide, and I mean Emma the cat, not Emma the science goblin. Emma with two M's, not Emma with one M. When Emma wants to hide, there are times you really can't find. Like she'll sometimes reveal herself by meowing loudly because Emma is a very vocal cat. But if she wants to hide, you will never find her, even if she's in the same room as you. Emma, is that you? No, she's not in here. I just saw her upstairs with my wife. Yeah, that happens, Normand. Cats are delightful. They really are. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous, and this chemical might be toxic if ingested. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Let's just get down to checking for real poisons, shall we? Okay. I mean, I don't know why we're not getting a reaction from the mug. Allegedly, there was poison there. I mean, Emma's not technically a black cat. She's, well, multicolored, but mostly gray. She's very dark, though. Also, hi, Emolga Brine. Uh-oh. I thought I saw something green. I guess that was just my imagination. Am I supposed to actually find something? Like, the guy was in here messing with all this stuff, the reporter. And I didn't get the reaction from the mug that I thought I would. Ah, you've been lurking. Lurking is fine. Callie and Nala sound like very good names. I've got Emma and Jedzia, but you all probably knew that already. They came with the wife. But they're very good kitties. Like, again, if this is a tutorial, I feel like you're supposed to find something somewhere, but what do I have to spray every mirror? No. I feel like I've sprayed everything. Have I don't know if I sprayed the door. Okay. What would be funny is if it was on the puffer fish. I'm tempted to hit the minus button and there's no little goblins here to stop me. I mean, quite obviously it's going to be in the weirdest spot. Because I'm looking, now I'm trying to be as thorough as possible. But, well, okay, I give up on thorough. I'm just going to press button. Like, I would have thought maybe around the desk somewhere. There's no little goblin to stop me from hitting the minus button. Oh. 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 Literally. We're not looking for fingerprints, we were looking for poison. It was a trick. It was a trick the whole fucking time. I got caught. I agree with you, Normans. F minus minus. Ugh. Too bad, no reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk? Yes. Yes. I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know. Let's check it out, just to be sure. Are you effing kidding me? I sprayed all over the goddamn desk. You know, this is absolutely not okay. I specifically got that little picture frame, too. This is some bullshit. This is absolutely some bullshit. Eek! A reaction, Apollo. Ugh! Where? The inside of that cute little frame. Look! Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. Never mind that I was the one earlier who said that there probably was a photo in there that got stolen. Tiny frame added to the court record. Someone is being framed, that's for sure. Frame measuring 2 inches by 2 inches bears traces of the deadly poison atroquinine. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? It looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. Nothing else, so I've got more stuff to present. That was just based on the coffee cup. How about this? Emma, I was wondering if you could... Look, yes! Why would this be poisoned? But fine, hidden painting. Oh, Emma, I was wondering about this painting here. Ah. That one? What about it? What about it? Yeah, what about it, Apollo? Take a closer look at it, both of you. Now, look at this one. This is the third painting that he was working on. Hey, they're the same. Well, almost the same. I was hoping you wouldn't find that. In other words, you were hoping I was blind and had my glasses off. Well, that happens sometimes, although, like I mentioned earlier, I've disabled that as an actual reward, but if it shows up on the wheel, it shows up on the wheel. Just because I'm pretty sure leaning in at my laptop has not done my neck any favors. You're right, though. Drew Misham was copying this painting. Wow, it's pretty good. Copying a painting. Forgery! Excuse me. Found a Drew studio. Okay. The red envelope. Oh, right. I have to hit X to present. Emma, about this. Oh, that? Yes, why, that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed, like the envelope was resealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? What is AC Odyssey? Oh, Assassin's Creed. See, when you say AC, the first thing I think of is air conditioning. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Sure, I read it after all. Aha! You mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ah, please. I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yeah, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning? You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray? Like X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. Ha! It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. What the fuck is spectralization? Why is that extra I in there? I would have thought spectralization is a thing. But spectralization? Something to do with spectral analysis, I would wager. Something... how am I supposed to remember all that? So, basically, it lets you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right, you're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that, in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma? Please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. What the... Are you bombarding me with X-rays, Trucy? I don't appreciate that. Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore and it might all fall out. And I would need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on a sample first. It so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. scanning, 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 eating, delicious, scanning, scanning, food. You set the sample into the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view. You've got to set it to display the outside of the envelope now. See what? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial with the R stick. Ooh, doo, doo, doo. That's right. That's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See, that's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. I can't read shit. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. You have to understand is a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. That's true. It's not a mass spectrometer. No. It's some kind of scanny X-ray majig. What's it? When you zoom in that much, you see the paper like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit if you would. Rubbing, like going over the image with the L button while holding A. It's the L stick. It's the L stick. See? There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now, turn the dial again just a little. I can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly, not bad. Neat, let's do some more. Nom 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 nom. Well, we're getting something. Okay. Aha! Fuzzy! Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. I see what you say now, you bastard. It says number 0007, big winner. Okay. Stop being fuzzy. Well, would you look at this? It's gonna be crystal clear. It's incredibly dangerous, Snowy. And yeah, killing for money is so... Well, okay, it's not... Because this is a lottery ticket that Emma happened to have. This isn't what was actually in the envelope. Also, even if it was in the envelope was 7 years old. So presumably whatever lottery ticket it would have won was long since expired. Okay, let's print this one out. Woohoo! I'm a big winner! See? That's the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now, let's try it on the real thing, shall we? I thought you weren't going to let us into the envelope, but sure. Haha, fuzzy. More fuzzy. Something Mr. Drew Misham. Misham. No, not that way. $100,000. Something transfer. Please send receipt once confirmed. Oh ho! Oh ho ho! So maybe it is killing for money after all. Or no, it's probably killing for whatever reason this 100,000 docs was deposited. Okay, let's print this one out. Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the 100,000 docs in the designated account. Please send receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Yes. Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Misham's account. His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page, then. Aha! Because the first page is basically just not incredibly relevant. He was an artist. Trucy is correct. 100,000 for his painting wouldn't necessarily be anything that raises suspicion. Enclosed stamp within something or another. Sign the papers in the enclosed and send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. Okay, so this is decidedly more suspicious. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So, it was a letter about a payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy, though? And why? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Aha! Red envelope updated in the court record. Found on the victim's desk contains 2 sheets of writing paper, as opposed to lefting paper. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right. Brushel. Brushel. He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So, a reporter comes here for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could, but Phoenix told me I could. Yeah, it's Groucho Marx. Probably. Yeah, but no, Phoenix said I couldn't talk to anybody, but we'll see if Emma lets me. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Oh, hey! I know who the magician is. It's Valent Grammarier. Magician. Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person. There's only 2 magicians on the entire fucking planet. I will delete that. Will you stop that? There we go. Much better. All right. It wasn't Valent Grammarier by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valent Grammarier, huh? Looks like I'll be headed out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Bruschel's card added to the court record. The business card reads Spark Bruschel, freelance journalist. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. What, no clues here? Other than the fact that it was stained for poison? Fine, be that way. I guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance. Really, what's this? A camera lens finder? Do reporters take photos too? I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to. Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win. Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? Hey, the Gaviners probably have an opening. What the fuck is this shit? Well, Trucy said have a caricature or something on there. Uh, 834 something Cedar Ring Road, Los Angeles, California 90037. Telephone number 923-555-0301. Who the fuck still uses faxes? Email scoop@bruschel.com. Alright, I have just doxed this guy. Everyone spam him with nonsense. Yeah, send the send the spam bots to him. Nothing new for talk. So, alright. I now have a reason to examine this painting. Emma, about this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry. I've done footwork! It's called this thing! Yeah? Yeah? So I have reason. Also, the one in the behind the dresser is the original. Like, there is so much more detail and shading and whatever on that one. I mean, granted, the one that Misham was working on isn't complete, but, like, they're the same thing, or of the same thing, but one is obviously a forgery. I have a reason! Fine. I won't bother the little... Yes, that is apparently a puffer fish. This guy has lots of weird photos. I could go back to the detention center, but I'll go to the Sunshine Coliseum. Oh, hey, we're back here. Magic show. Sunshine Coliseum. Woohoo, this is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valen. What about the case? Only a performer laughs like that. The young Mr. Rusi. How often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Teehee, Uncle Valen, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Mr. Rusi, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Ah, it scares me guilt time. Actually, we came here to wish you good luck, laddie. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky to witness miracles, such as the ones I shall perform. Aye, you're amazing, we get the picture. No need to get the swelled head, laddie. Aye, the world will watch in wonderment as magnificent illusions are reborn. Here on stage by my hand. Aye, let us examine the magic show. Aye, they've changed the sign since our last case, which makes sense because the governor's concert's long over and there's a new show coming in. It was all governors back then, wasn't it? I hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happens this time, aside from the magic that's supposed to happen at the show itself. But it shall, why the show itself will see, that's exactly what I was saying. It will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you. I don't have a problem with the mystery as long as it's legal. I didn't think lawyers and magicians were really meant to have conversations like this. Aye, the building itself. I thought this at the time of the governor's concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge. Aye, it's got a big sounding name too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it? Would you like to hear about the grand finale of the show? What the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be? You're gonna make the building disappear, won't you? What, really? Aye, tell us. The grand finale will be nothing other than... Don't tell me. You're gonna make the Colosseum disappear, right? Aha! Oh, oops. Looks like I was See? I was right. Hey, just knowing you're going to do it doesn't mean I know how you're gonna do it. Apollo, I cannot believe you'd use your powers of perception on something like this. It was just a wild guess, really. Now Valen's all pissed off at me. Balloons. Hey, that creature there. He was handing out balloons during our last case too. Aye, the Blue Badger. He's not a creature, Apollo, poor guy. Oh, sorry. Was that mean somehow? Hey, you know how hot it is in one of those suits. He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him. Aye, that's gross. On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon as though it were his last. Kinda takes the fun out of seeing the blue badger. Aye, and there's another balloon. Look, Apollo, a balloon, a hot air balloon. With the Grammarier seal on it, no less. Well, this is a long-awaited revival after all, and it's been 7 years, you know. I've spent plenty of time and a pretty penny on promotion. I hope it's a huge success, Uncle Valent. I intend for it to be nothing less, I assure ye. They both sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. Hello, Dawning.
Hi.
How are you this fine evening, little goblin?
Alright, are we Scottish?
Aye. How was the rehearsal tonight?
We ran late.
Ah, these things happen. So we are just gotten to the Sunshine Coliseum and we just examined everything there. Got to talk to and present stuff to Valent.
Okay.
I will present him with my attorney's badge in the hope that he makes it disappear again. Ah ha 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 ha! A challenge, is it? You want me to make that? Yes, please. Very well, give it to me. Ah, please make this thing disappear. It's been nothing but trouble for me.
Apollo wants to be an attorney.
I don't know why. He was complaining about not having a normal client earlier.
He wants to be an attorney for a more normal client.
Are all magicians like this?
Apollo? What was that look just now?
I was just thinking how hard it is going to be to get any information out of a magician. Aye, but I'll show him the magic show ticket.
That's generic.
Oh.
That's generic.
I thought it was just my attorney's badge he'd make disappear. Aye, then what about this Grammarier envelope?
That's not generic.
I was wondering if you could tell me about this, laddie. Ah, why that bears the Grammarier seal.
Uncle Valent, is something wrong?
Trucy, where did you get this?
Huh? Daddy gave it to me.
Your daddy, my partner, Zach Rabbit.
No. My other daddy, Phoenix Wright.
Are you saying Zach was gay? Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy... What? 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 Okay, I'm pretty sure it's been 5 minutes. What the fuck is Lord Daddy?
Apollo is just as confused by it as you are.
I see that. That's kind of a stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. Archaic doesn't call anyone Lord Daddy.
I don't think so.
The signature on the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Grammarier.
What? Daddy signed it?
Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. Yes, no, please open it. I want you to open it. I want to see what's inside.
You don't have permission.
Do I care? He didn't not give Valent permission.
Do you have spark brushes card.
Yes, I do.
That is the other thing that he has a response to.
Ah, ah. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Alright, Spark Brushel. I hate the caricature that he's got on the back of his card. So, a journalist was here on a story? All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper.
His name was Brushel.
Brushel. Brushel.
I think he remembers him.
He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel, that cloying smell of mint when he smiles. Yes.
Could you tell us more about him? What did he want?
He wanted to poison me, just like he poisoned that artist fellow. Also,
We've already decided Brushel is the murderer.
Let me put it this way. It's not Vera. She's far too cute to be a murderer, and as we established from the second game in this series, if you're cute enough, you're not a murderer. Even if all the facts say you are.
Okay.
The only other person that Who's Your What's It's even had an interaction with was Brushel. Now, Brushel might have been someone's assassin, but...
You ruled out that anyone else could have done it.
There's no one... Like, literally, the guy lived at home. This was his first time interacting with the outside world in ever.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't gotten very far in this case, but if anyone's done it at this point, it's Brushel. He smells like a jackass.
It's the mint.
I suppose mint would make you smell like a jackass. Alright, talk. The Big Magic Show.
Everyone's talking about the Big Magic Show. Is it true that the Grammar Miracle is back after a 7-year absence?
Miss Drusi, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his.
Daddy.
My co-magician in training, Zach Gramrier, if that terrible thing hadn't...
It's okay.
Your father was a great magician, Drusi. If he were alive, then I, Valant Gramrier, would have been proud to stand upon the stage as his assistant.
Thanks, Uncle Valen. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think, we get to see the great Magnifi's illusions again.
She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? It is confusing as hell that she refers to both Zach Gramrier and Phoenix Wright as Daddy.
Well, they're both her fathers.
I know, but like... I can see why Valant got confused. Tell us about Magnifi. My mentor, the magnificent Magnifi Gramrier, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations.
It was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies and sports cars through the air above the audience, and then sped up into outer space faster than the speed of sound.
I'm guessing that memory was a little bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Gramrier Troop secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies. No, in this place, it is in fact magical bullshit. Or at least the bullshit part. Carry on. The performance of Magnifi's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years? What law? I don't give a fuck about the 7 years thing. What law was Magnifi breaking by doing his magic?
And why was that?
And why was what?
Oh, I assumed you were skipping that line, so I went into my next one.
Oh, no. No. I'm confused, but sure. A little matter called performance. Oh, that actually makes sense. He had to wait for the performance rights to expire from Magnifi. It's like copyright infringement or some such. Although you'd think if the guy was fucking dead and this was a member of his troupe, he would have been included in it, but I guess the guy was only put himself on the rights or something. A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Performance rights, as opposed to performance lefts.
Or performance wrong.
Fair
Can
enough.
you tell us about these performance rights?
Magnifi's magic relied on an incredible, innovative idea. A trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property and as such was protected by property laws. That makes perfect... Although, what that means is someone in the fucking patents office knows how these tricks work. Some fucking bureaucrat somewhere.
Okay, this is unique enough. Sam, I'm gonna forget about it.
Uh-huh. No, he never forgot about it. He was just sitting there all these years, and whenever someone was looking on television, he was like, oh no, like, because bureaucrats at the patents office were probably boring as shit, as any paper pusher probably is. So he probably would be a jackass and explain the trick to everybody.
I don't know that he legally could.
He probably legally couldn't.
And he's a boring guy, so he doesn't break his law.
True. Although, speaking of boring jobs, my job is very much not boring. I had fun today. Would you care to hear about it?
What did you do?
So, we've got to design a demo using some of our latest products for our trade show coming up at the end of April. And we have all of the equipment on hand. Well, all of our product equipment on hand. And I'm one of the two guys in charge of the mechanical end of things, right? So designing peripheral equipment, figuring out layouts and things like that. It's a fun project. It's a very fun project.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah, I have to figure out... Because I came up with a potential unique solution to I wouldn't say a problem we're having, but one of the guys was saying, well, it doesn't look nice if the controller is just sitting on the table. It kind of looks a little kitschy. Can we, like, display it somehow? And I'm like, well, here's the problem. You want this to be portable. We've already got one fairly large robot and a hefty controller that's going to be taking up one Pelican case. And we're going to have another smaller robot with its controller in another Pelican case. That's 2 cases already. The one that's going to have the chunky controller in it is already big. So can we find something that's relatively lightweight and small that can maybe make the controller not just something that's flat on the table, but actually give it a little oomph And I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, well, at synagogue, we actually have something that you can put out. It's like a little book holder. You put a book on it, and it holds the book at various angles depending on where you put the, where you put the little metal or wooden piece, like the support. Like, that could work. It would allow the controller to be seen on an angle. It's foldable, so it'll collapse nicely and not take up a ton of space, and it's light. Even the metal ones are like aluminum.
Huh.
So I have to figure out if we can use a mini Stender to display one of our controllers. That's really fucking funny. Obviously, we'd have to modify it, but I love my job sometimes. I really do. Anyway, intellectual property, maybe. Magnifi knew this and he bequeathed it in his will. To one person. You mean... him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Grammarier was the inheritor of the Grammarier miracle.
Daddy.
Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? And then you become the master of the Kurain channeling technique. Wait. Different magical bullshit! In absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your competence well, young men. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years.
Huh.
Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased. Explains why he's basically been saying that Zach is dead, even though
Because
to our knowledge...
legally he is.
Right, legally he is, even though we technically don't know, but he's Shady Smith. He actually is deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifi passed to me. This was in fact stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself.
Is that how it works, Apollo?
Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently.
Daddy.
Alright, tell us about that Brushel fellow. A man by that name called on me just now. Just now. Valen's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valen's feet step always forward. That is all.
That's all very confusing.
I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident. That incident. In any case, I requested that rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Grammarier. Why was he talking to you about the death of the painter? Dawning, explain!
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Like,
I'm sure you actually know, and you're just not telling me, which is very rude.
It would be a spoiler to tell you if I did know.
And?
Uncle Valen, do you know where the reporter went?
I recommend that he visit a popular place with penalized perpetrators. The detention center. He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability, I will tear him apart.
Woo! Here it comes Apollo, Uncle Valen. Big magic trick.
Is he going to fix the card? I'm not sure that qualifies as big magic.
Dot, dot, dot.
Dot, 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 dot.
What happened to the big magic?
Is it not more miraculous for it to stay read? He must have really not liked that journalist. Now, the time has come when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. Boy, try saying that in an accent 5 times fast. By your leave, Miss Trucy.
Thanks, Uncle Valen.
3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valen react like that to this envelope?
I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit.
Well, let's move inside the... You've got to be shitting me.
You can't go inside?
Why are these the only 2 options that I have?
Because you have to go through the right anything agency to get to the detention center. It's really
I
annoying.
could go there from Drew's studio.
You can't go there from the Coliseum.
This is bullshit of the highest caliber.
It's not a good setup.
No, it isn't, but I'll prove that you can go there from the Drew studio.
Okay.
There, I just did it.
Like-
Boom, magic.
Does that trigger a thing? No. Okay.
Also, are you gonna want to voice Vera?
I can. Do you want me to?
I'd prefer it. Usually, the female
Okay.
characters I will default to having you voice. Unless you have serious objections like you did with Lamiror, which, by the way, I still don't understand.
You will.
Uh-huh. October 7th, Detention Center Visitors Room.
Have you been doing any sort of accent for her?
No?
Okay. It doesn't matter. This is Russell.
What accent should I give him?
I don't know. What have you been doing with him before?
This is literally the first line he's had.
Oh, well. You've seen him. Right?
Have I? All I saw was the damn caricature on the back of his card.
He looks basically exactly like that character.
So he's a sleazeball.
One could describe him as such. At least, well, I don't actually know what the character looks like, but I'm pretty sure it looks exactly like he does, because I know what he looks like.
I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money. End quote. Oh yeah, LG was voicing the guard last time. No, not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here.
Maybe that reporter?
Oh god, what the hell? Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be?
I want to.
What the fuck, dude? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, Noodleman at law. I mean, attorney at law. Noodleman was Phoenix. Talk about a nervous monkey. You're Justice? You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on the stand till they spill the beans. End quote. That's not... Well, that's technically true. You go all bug-eyed and then people spill the beans. Also, he definitely deserves this music. That's not true! What's he writing?
Are you a reporter by any chance?
You've been tracking one down and heard that he's coming to the detention center. Why are you surprised? Ooh,
I'm trying to check. I'm just verifying my information.
Oh, I suppose. Ooh, you're Trucy.
Eh? Am I famous?
Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote.
That's so not true. There's literally a bag on my right.
Just hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy.
Interview?
So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No! How many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him.
Did you come here to interview the guard?
Oh, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk. Had to interview someone or go plumb crazy. End quote.
Huh.
Hello. I should have guessed. She's peeking out from behind the glass. Hello, Vera. Where's my manners? Name's Brushel. Spark Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalist just close eyes writes. End quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? I mean, he does carry a toothbrush and toothpaste around, it looks like. To be fair...
Have we already seen the animation where he scratches his head with the toothpaste?
No, we haven't. Ew. Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Buddy boy, have I got a story for you. It's about a guy who fell through a bridge that was on fire when he tried to cross it. I know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem madness. End quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something.
He does not have anything to respond to being presented. Everything's generic.
Attorney's badge! All right, let me go on the record here.
Yeah?
I know what you're going to say. Brushel, take this, write brilliant column, end quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing. And that's food. I'm sorry. What? I can't say I saw that coming. Try to understand.
He's an incoherent man.
He really is. Like I said, he deserves this music. This is the same music, by the way, because I know you can't hear it, Dawning. It's the same music that plays when that quote-unquote director hottie fellow is on screen.
Oh.
What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Alright, buddy boy. I'm ignoring you and looking at the guard. Oh, wait. He's examined, and so is the camera. Fine. Then I won't ignore you.
Fortunately, you have to talk to him.
How goes the lawyering? Does this jackass that I'm looking at on the screen right now tell you anything, Dino Guts? It goes very strangely, but what else is new for Ace Attorney? Tell us about you, Spark Brushel.
Oh, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist?
Donnie, look, let me state one thing for the record here. Oh, not only does he have a very punchable head, he seems like a very punchable person in general.
Yeah?
I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here. End quote.
Okay.
Oh, I think I saw him brush his head for like a second with the toothbrush. Maybe, that was very quick. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies?
Well, I think he probably does.
Exactly. I knew you'd understand. Huh? The night of the crime?
Oh, the night of the murder. You were at Drew's studio?
Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record.
Yes?
I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy. Really busy. Always on the road. You don't look calm nor collected. Looks like he had too much coffee today, and guess what was fucking poisoned again?
Was it coffee or was it tea?
He was drinking coffee, but it was strictly speaking the mug that was poisoned. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back, end quote.
I can understand that philosophy, but...
You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? You use them. Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport.
True enough, but don't they give normal tickets away too?
Exactly, see? It's the same thing.
What is?
Ay, boy, this guy's making nonsense.
I told you he was incoherent.
The interview. You're not
Sure.
muted.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Sorry.
That's fine. You get interrupted from time to time. Very understandable.
Oh, you went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he'd never had a story done about him before?
That's right. Look, let me state one thing for the record here.
What?
I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place?
Well, yes.
Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. I'm sorry, I'm gonna need Maya to translate.
You think
yeah.
the burger guy's gonna tell me where he got it?
He might. Also, I definitely see him brushing his head with his toothbrush now. You think the burger guy is going to tell me where he got it?
At the supermarket? At the supermarket, maybe?
Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Hi, Vera. How are you? Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers. End quote. Right. Guess we'll leave then. Ah, but since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it.
Sure, tell us. Just for the heck of it.
I remember it like it was yesterday. It was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup, when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote, I believe it was. Uh-huh. Misham was a forger. I fucking knew it. An oil painting. Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river. It wasn't a peach, it was a plum. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant... Say that again?
The translation is a mess.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was plum that they said in the description. Let me check again. Yeah, see, notable for the large plum in the foreground. I remember saying, because I was like, oh, is it Plum Kitaki? No, she was Little Plum, not Large Plum.
Of course.
Journalist can smell scoop better than burgers. End quote.
Maya could never.
No, because she's not a journalist.
For a reason, clearly. Because Maya could never smell something better than burgers.
That's what she likes better than anything else, yeah. Alright, well that's telling us to go back to the crime scene. And now we've got something to show Ema about that fucking painting. Which, by the way, I thought just seeing that painting and seeing that it was a duplicate, like, that's what I cottoned on to him being a fucking forger. October 7th, Drew Studio.
Well, how'd it go? Find anything out?
That reporter is a fucking nut job. But yes, there was one thing I wanted. Yeah, there was one thing I wanted to check with you.
What's with that scary face you're making?
And what's with that I know something but I'm not telling you face you've got going, Ema? Alright, I'm gonna present this photo again. Ema, about this painting.
Huh. What about it?
It's quite good.
Quite good, isn't it? It's not matching up to what I have.
That's not what I wanted to ask you about. I presented the half-complete painting, by the way, not the actual...
Oh, then yeah, it wouldn't be... Then it would be...
But I have reason for that.
Is this Ema? No, this is... This might be it.
Forget it, it's probably just the same thing.
I found it, yeah.
Okay, fine.
You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry.
I have a good reason! Fine, I'll present the other one first then. Or second then, I suppose. This painting came from behind that dresser.
Oh, yeah? So?
It was stolen. No.
Dot. I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out.
Do you think you could tell us a bit about this?
I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger.
Uh-huh.
A forger?
Hidden painting, found at Drew Studio, notable for the large plum in the foreground. So can I now present the unfinished painting, or do I
You sure
Forger!
can. There is let me. Well, what exactly is the forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fake? Copies of an original. Exact copies. So precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people will try to sell them as a real article. It's a crime, of course. So, Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries to supplement his work in illustration, I guess.
I see.
Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place.
What do you mean?
When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of the mirror before you go on stage. But that's not the case of a forgery. Not necessarily, anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like, after all. Oh, yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the page of the finished pieces.
I get it now.
Not that I needed to go to such lengths, seeing as how the painting was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kind of like how he was drawing, kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking.
True, that would be interesting. Maybe valuable for our case.
You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say.
Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. Alright. Emma, will you help us out, please, little goblin? I would like to take a look at this landscape photo. I kinda wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting. And I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick?
Oh, fine. Fine. Just this time, though.
Thank you,
Let's check it
little
out.
goblin. Oh, so I can choose any of the photos. Well, obviously I'm gonna go with the one that's partially finished. What the pafardle?
I don't have the tutorial.
That's because we did this
to
tutorial
read out.
already. We did this tutorial ages ago with stuff in an envelope. Apparently, Emma is a big winner in a lottery.
Oh, good for her.
Makes me wonder why she's still a detective.
I am.
Yeah, but that's not... You don't get that from being a detective, you get that from being a forensic scientist. Interesting. That's very different.
Look familiar. Okay, let's print this out.
That doesn't look familiar? Oh wait, yes it does. It's Gavin on stage catching on fire. What? What the heck?
Oh, he really blows. A finished painting isn't anything like the rock. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted for the rock.
It's true, he didn't like technology.
What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rust sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like.
Ah, I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting.
Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new. So, Mr. Misham was just drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them? Possibly. Is there a problem with that?
Not particularly, but something about this sketch itself is kind of hilarious.
You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo.
I'm trying to contain my laughter. You think we could check out one of the other paintings?
Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you?
Yes, ma'am. Let's try the pufferfish. Ah, more stuff of Hoojits. They really went overboard with this stuff in this game. Like, they really
made
did.
him the main detective. They wanted to do things with that.
I suppose they did, yes.
They wanted to let the science goblin do science and
If
have fun.
If they really wanted her to, they would have made her a forensic scientist. What the heck? Oh, it's the noodle cart! Why are these sketches of every single one of my cases?
Okay, let's print this one out.
This one too.
What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden.
You think I could just look at the last of these?
Fine by me. Knock yourself out.
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, shit, he's on the floor. I think he has a concussion.
Luckily, the concussion count was for Link, not Apollo. We were talking about punchable heads earlier. Mine does count as one of those. Right, Dawning?
Especially if you're trying to knock yourself out.
Yes. But yeah, no, they really leaned into this being on the DS.
They wanted to give Emma toys.
And they gave her lots.
She deserves it.
She does. She also deserves to be a forensic scientist. Yeah, this is the scene at the poker club. So this guy knows about every single one of my cases. How? Although, to be fair, he got
perhaps he read the news.
He got the cards wrong.
Okay. Okay, let's print this one out.
What the heck is all this?
I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation?
Trucy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything?
There. Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on?
These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on, 2 of which you were the detective for.
What?
The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club, the dead man pulling the noodle stand, and then the events that transpired during the Governor's concert.
What could it mean? How could he have painted those things, and why? I'm sure Clavier's guitar getting set on fire was all over the news.
That was, but the other 2 things? Probably not as much. But that's what I want to know.
Wait, is Drew Misham your father?
Maybe? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? Never even heard of any Drew Misham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. I mean, to be fair, it's only 3. I'd have been more startled if you'd had 100 cases and you had 100 sketches of them, but it couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham and what did he have to do with me? To be continued. That took too long.
Dun dun dun.
Alright, on to the trial. It's amazing why I don't understand why these games take so long. October 8th, 9:48 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 6. Good morning.
Oh, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right with a W, but, not right, right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please? Please? Good morning. ...
Exclamation mark. She speaks.
Not bad, not bad. But I think you'd do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know?
Trucy, let's take it easy for starters.
Thank you for taking my case.
She's so cute! She drew a smile!
I love that little aspect of her character. Instead of smiling, she sketches one. It's really adorable.
Aww. Okay, well, that's a start, I guess. It's also very adorable. That hand thing, I remember that hand thing. There she goes with the nail polish again.
That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Oh, really?
Girls. What would I do without them? Dawning, what would you do without girls?
Lose your cases. I don't know. It kind of sounds like a bad experience.
It would be. The victim, Drew Misham, was a forger. And a stolen painting was found in his studio. Life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. Probably one that led to his death.
Statistically speaking, if you're a criminal who gets poisoned, it's probably related to being a criminal.
Yes, and it likely isn't your daughter who would kill you. Especially not when she's as cute as Vera is. Oh hey, this looks the same as always. We will now, begin the, trial of the Vera Misham? Judge, you're spacier than usual today.
Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like.
The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. If I understand what you told me, Dawning, none of that actually happens.
Totally won't.
Well, I guess it means... I guess it means they decided the jury system fails.
They fully just forget about it.
Yeah. Today is a test of the justice system, and the first step towards a new order in our courts.
Daddy's secret mission.
The jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped that their inclusion will... Yeah, I mean, no shit. It is hoped that their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists...
They're gonna have to watch all of Javier and Apollo's flirting.
I mean, they'd have to do that whether they were in the room or not. Jurists, Judge Vale, and Judge Cool. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies here, Judge. Jurist, today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case, if you would. So, okay, this is part of... I have opinions about a jury system.
It's messy.
It is. It's messy as shit. And juries can be absolute fucking dunderheads. Like, if they don't understand, like, the evidence could all point in one direction, but because the jury feels another way, they can say that, no, X person is not guilty because we feel they're not guilty, or X person is guilty because we feel like they're guilty. Even if literally all of the evidence suggests the opposite. Now, I get it, right? They're saying in this particular system, I understand why they're trying something different, because in a purely evidence-based system, that also has problems, but there's a way to do this where you use it.
Evidence has to matter, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the only thing that matters.
Right. Now, to be fair, a judge is just as fallible as but, like, at least the judge fucking knows what law is. Theoretically, obviously, we're talking about real world versus Ace Attorney, where Ace Attorney, nobody knows shit. But I honestly,
this guy would believe you if you tried to argue murder wasn't illegal?
he probably would, or if you just jingled some keys in front of him. But hopefully it never actually happens, but I wonder if I ever end up going to trial or something because of a crime I didn't commit, if I'd want to have a jury or a judge. Like a jury trial or a bench trial. Because I don't fucking trust people worth a damn. Certainly not
no matter what you
slobs
do,
off
it's
the
gonna
street.
be people.
Yes, but I'd rather trust someone who understands and knows what the law is, theoretically, than 12 dunderheads off the street who know shit from Shinola. Of course, I would argue that because I'm so much smarter than the vast majority of people on this planet, none of those slack-jawed idiots are my peers, but I don't think that would go
What
over
about
well.
me?
You wouldn't be sitting in a trial where I'm the defendant. At
You're
least
right.
not as the
I would have
jury.
broken you out of prison.
Then I would be guilty of something.
Yeah, but you'd get away with it.
I really wouldn't. Anyway, we here on this channel do not condone crimes.
This is a bit. I'm doing a bit.
Again, the whole point is, assuming something like this happened, would I want to trust 12 random doofuses off the street? Or one judge who, again, at least allegedly knows and understands the law and theoretically would understand the weight and impact of evidence properly? I don't know. Hopefully I never have to decide. But I think by my comments of 12 slack-jawed idiots, you can probably tell which direction I'd be leaning in. Anyway, I think I said this line already, but I'll say it again. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case, if you would. The victim is a painter, Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. Objection! There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Achtung, someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Ah, residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. Misham's autopsy report added to the court record. Death by atroquinine poisoning. Estimated time of death 9 to 9:30 p.m. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning. A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atroquinine in the body is a touch of the Reaper's scythe. But not instantly.
Is that a line
Takes
from
at
your
least
song?
15 minutes. It might be a line from his song. Oh yeah,
he
was
one called "Ain't in My Love."
Yeah, well, why the fuck does he love poison?
I try not to question his titles.
I question everything about him. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed a murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. He's not simple, and I don't think we're going to get any relevant answers out of him.
He sure is a person.
The witness will state his name and occupation. What the hell's with his nose? that was a weird animation. Right. Well, for starters, my name is Spark Brushel. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? Ahem. If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Brushel? I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. That's ironic considering that's what you do all the fucking time, but carry on. Preconceptions make Park Sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today, a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel, end quote. Let's just hear your fucking testimony then, shall we? A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Witness testimony, the journalist's story. I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the... How do you pronounce that word?
Atelier?
I was going to say atelier. But atelier makes slightly more sense. Journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next. Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
Mark
You
Russell,
did it.
I'm gonna make you the next murder victim if you don't stop making up news headlines for things that may or may not have happened.
If you read it on the internet, it must be true. Abraham Lincoln.
He's
End
been
quote.
reading it on the internet.
You don't know that. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. What are you saying, Judge? Ahem. Need I remind you the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it,
That's
did you?
Apollo's cap.
It is. You didn't do it, did you? Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations, rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed.
Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun.
I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please. You know what this means, Dawning. Press all the buttons, including the minus button. Hold it.
Not that one, unfortunately.
9 o'clock at night. Isn't that a little late for an interview? And if the great painter Drew Misham says, come at 9. Believe you me, I go at 9. He actually meant 9 a.m., not 9 p.m. I'm just a fucking idiot.
You probably should have checked that, Mr. Brushel.
He probably should have, yes. The first and, as it turned out, last interview with such a prolific painter. Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? Press for more information. You were the first reporter ever in Drew Studio. Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history, because the journalist killed the painter. A basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Russell guy. End quote.
That's your most honest headline yet. Credit where credit is due. That one's pretty accurate.
It really is. If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider, by which he means Vera did it. So, how did this epoch-making interview go? Press? Would you mind being a little more specific? As opposed to Atlantic. Oh, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade. That is precisely what I meant. Carry on. I believe I know what hair forehead is driving it. These coffees...
He doesn't own a car. What's he driving, Clavier?
Well, I can tell you what he's riding. These coffees the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that's what I was going to say. Really? Well now, if you've got a question to ask, you'd best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits. Several times if necessary. What recruits? You're a fucking freelancer! Right for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Because that's the average intelligence of the individual on the planet. At least he and I are in agreement about that. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level, mind you. Who touched Who touched the coffee? Did you touch my spaghetti? Same energy. Dunno. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it. I wonder if he committed suicide. It would potentially explain... What?
Has that twist been used yet?
No.
Huh.
No, case 1-1 wasn't suicide, case 1-2 wasn't suicide, case 1-3 wasn't suicide, case 1-4 we thought about suicide for a little bit, but no, it was ruled out. Case 1-5 wasn't suicide. Case 2-1, not suicide. 2-2, not suicide. Yes, it was actually. He killed himself. I take it back.
2-2. 2-3?
2-3 was not suicide. 2-4 was definitely not suicide.
I guess you could argue that Edgeworth allegedly killing himself.
That wasn't a case ending. But 2-2, I was thinking that Turner Gray killed himself.
We could pretend.
He effectively did. Which was how I argued and got Meanie off the hook.
He didn't intentionally kill himself, but, you know, it happened.
Oh well. Yeah, shit happens. It was an accident, Your Honor. 3-1, not okay, technically Terry Falls committed suicide.
He sure did.
But again, that wasn't the result of the homicide. And technically we know from case 2-4 that what's her name Celeste Impacts committed suicide. But like, it hasn't been that the victim of the case was death by suicide, right? That particular twist hasn't happened yet. So it's unusual that he specifically asked for an interview for the first time in his life and died that very night. It might be suicide. It might be. He might have called for the interview, used a particularly slow but lethal poison to give himself some time to answer the guy's questions and come clean about shit that he did. But then why was he still in the middle of painting? I don't know. We'll see. And what happened next? Hold it! What's this about a star falling?
Star falls? Huh. It's like an old telegram. Send money. Over.
Zowie! You don't know? That's like journalism code word. An important personage passes away. A star falls. Get it?
There's no gravity in space, is there?
Incorrect! There is gravity in
really?
space.
Well, a star wouldn't fall into the Earth because the star's gravity is stronger. The Earth would fall into the star.
Gravity is what keeps... No, gravity is what keeps everything in the universe in its specific place, right? Gravity is why the Earth revolves around the sun. Gravity is why the Earth spins on its axis.
Right, but if falling were to occur with Earth and a star colliding, the Earth would be the thing that's falling.
Most likely, yes. But again, right, there's a difference between surface level gravity and gravity in space, but there abso-fucking-lutely is gravity in space. So yes, Apollo, this does fucking matter. In point of fact, it specifically matters because matter is mass and causes gravity. Ah, see what I did there? Oh boy, this is good stuff, good stuff. How about Star Brace? Nah, Lax Punch. I know, Star Die. Nah, Wax Imagination. Of course you could go with Drew Die, straight to the point. I like it. I think we need to hear something a little more substantial. I say we wait. Wait, I don't think I can wait.
You get to decide which one of these things you want to ask about.
Brussels coffee or the Stars coffee? What the fuck is the difference?
Well, there were two mugs.
Oh yeah, Brussels is the idiot. So let's ask about his coffee. So, you drank the coffee that Vera served you too? Of course, when someone serves you coffee, you drink it. That's what my old boss used to say. Never did get what he meant by it, though. Oh, hey, he would have loved, Viola Cadaverini's coffee, wouldn't he?
If someone brings him coffee, he'll drink it.
And if a cute girl with bandages on her head who laughs evilly brings him coffee, he will drink it.
Drinks it.
To be fair, it was good coffee, at least according to Phoenix. He did not die.
He didn't die?
Yeah, speaking of which, but you're still alive, which is to say you didn't die. Of course not. No point falling before you're a star. End quote. That's not exactly what I was getting at. What were you getting at then? You know the poison was on the rim, not in the coffee. Oh yes, yes. There were 2 cups on the tray she brought. And one of the cups had Drew's signature painted on the side. No chance the guest would take that one by mistake, I guess. Well, Mr. Justice, was that testimony important? I'm gonna say not important for the moment. So Brushel drank the coffee too. Doesn't look like this is going to lead to much. Very well, please continue with the testimony. Alright, press the last statement. Can you say that for sure? For sure? Sure, I'm sure. Drew's studio isn't that big a place, kiddo. I'd know it if someone else had come in. What if they'd been hiding in there from before? Objection! Even if someone had been hiding in the studio, they hardly could have poisoned that mug without anyone noticing. You think I, Spark Brushel, would miss something as obvious as that? No way, Jose.
He sure makes it sound exciting. But I guess it's his job.
There's only one moment we need to focus on, really.
The moment Drew Misham died?
Exactly. There has to be something there. Alright. So we'll do the Star Falls again. And this time we're gonna... I think we're gonna ask about the Stars coffee. Because, again, want to actually talk about the moment of death. Right? Because if he took a sip from the coffee mug and then died immediately, that's against what we know about atroquinine. The Stars coffee. You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Course! He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world yet. Yet? I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks. Question mark, end quote. That poison is quite virulent, I hear. My stomach did a so-called somersault, since I'd gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there, some kind of so-called trick? Anyone want to venture a guess? For the record. Does this guy have a pause button?
Like tricks.
You do like tricks. Little goblins always like tricks. What trick is Little Goblin going to play?
Dump from the hat.
What from the
Oh,
hat?
is that one too boring? Summon dump
No, Mr. Hat.
from hat.
Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? I'm going to say not important, but... Nah. We're going to go again with the instant of death. It's about a star falling. Come on, I should just hit the fucking minus button. No, the moment of death. About when Mr. Misham passed away. Oh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right? Yes, and then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and dies, and fails. So cold was that touch, he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go.
I think he's starting his article already.
Could you describe that a little more simply? Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Artist's seizure is final performance. End quote. Atroquinine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arches back like a bow, limbs tremble, the body burns. That's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight. Oh yeah? Well, I want details. Lots of juicy details. For that you can listen to our last year's hit single, Atroquinine My Love, by the Governors, available at all major music outlets. Except it has that murderer, Detective Crescent, in it. The point
I
here...
mean, yeah, but it's not illegal to listen to music that a murderer or that someone who would later commit murder or made.
True. The point here is that the victim died of atroquinine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony? Very important? I don't know. One of those is very important. It's not Brussels coffee. But let's... It's either this or it's the Stars coffee. But let's say it's very important. Well, as an account of the moment of victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony. Very well, the court requests the witness to add this account to his testimony. Those spasms, that was definitely death by poison. Well, shit, I don't think I can do anything with this other than press. Hold it. You say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure? Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen lots of things. And I've had more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye, end quote. Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? The Stars coffee. You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course. You sees it wins, blah blah blah. Yeah. Can't say I saw him drink it really. Had one so-called sip, if that. Yeah, okay, this is important. Yeah, I think that there was some kind of so-called trick there. I think I was right, though. I think it was his lips that caused the stain on the rim, because he'd already poisoned himself. Maybe. But alright, let's say that it's very important. Victim drank his coffee, then immediately... Yeah, okay. Immediately fell over? Oh, yes, yes. You can go to the press with that one. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Very well. The witness will add this to his testimony. Vital, right. And one sip if that the next moment he was on the floor. Press! Atroquinine doesn't work that way. So he either took a sip or he didn't, and then fell over. Oh, yes. Indubitably. Just like that. Wham bam! Thank you, ma'am. No. So Mr. Misham drank the coffee and fell over immediately. I think Brussels telling the truth, too. Should I get him to talk about something else? No need. No real need to change the testimony. Problem with the testimony is already pretty obvious. Alright, so I gotta present. What do I gotta present?
Well, take a look at what you have.
Traces of the slow-acting deadly poison atroquinine were found on the... Yeah, it's the fucking coffee cup. Bada boom. Objection! You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used. Atroquinine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile. Phoenix Wright would probably be just fine, mind you. But you, Mr. Justice...
Oh, that tasted kind of funny. Oh well.
Yeah.
Actually, it might make him mildly sick, but he'd get over it.
He'd be fine. But Apollo probably doesn't have those same properties that Phoenix does. Why are you using me
No,
as
I
an
don't think
example?
so.
Because you're not immortal like the last defense attorney was. Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission. Atroquinine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow acting. Slow acting? What? According to one forensic scientist, aka Ema,
It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show.
if we suppose that the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Order! What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why that contradicts the entire testimony that we've just heard. Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say? On the record? Slow acting. S-L-O-A-C-T. It was virulent, all right. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist.
He's working on his scoop.
Objection! It's Brushel, ja? Hey, Brushel, let's take a trip down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion. End quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died, then you say he died. I would be forced to say, auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again. You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? That is conjecture! And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop! Look, wait, just wait a second, just 1 second. We're waiting, out with it. I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. What else is fucking new, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I'd heard of a poison that takes its sweet time, see, and I decided I'd try it on that not on that attorney, on that painter. But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say. Or, I still have no fucking clue what you're talking about, end quote, I say. So get to the goddamn motherfucking point, I also say.
Please.
No, please. He doesn't get a please. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. He's got a very thin neck. Order. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. That Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony. And my dream of an exclusive rights to the story. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him. Phoenix Wright, who else? Judge, how the fuck do you not know this? ... Exclamation mark. Achtung, Herr Brussel. Report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? ... The court is this court is a critical trial of the jurist system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. All right. What Brussel noticed? When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? Aha! Here we go! Dawning, I was right.
You were right that it's a discussion?
A suicide note. Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation. End quote. Dawning, are quadratic equations inscrutable?
Not really.
No, this guy can't do basic fucking math.
Suicide? End quote. Oh, Mr. Misham, but that means Vera's innocent.
Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Yes, especially if this was the guy they had interviewing them. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination. Press button. Hold it! Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham? Well, his daughter Vera, of course. Was anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present? Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse. The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Brussel? I know what you're doing. I know your game. It's Ace Attorney 4, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Attorney uses classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy. End quote. If you intend to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? Press. Hold it. So he put the letter away when he saw you. Early reporter gets worm, end quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Misham sure seems to think so.
Talk Apollo.
Say that again?
He's never wanted to talk, Apollo.
He never goes where he's not wanted. Right.
Of course, Susie wants him to be in all the places he goes.
See, I'm right. Mr. Misham sure seems to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. We're not going to do that yet, but he's talking about a yellow envelope? No, it's a red envelope. Nothing seemed unusual. Won't be necessary to add this to the testimony, Your Honor. Very well, please continue. You got it. Press. Hold it. You didn't think anything might be wrong at the time. Hey, when I go in for an interview, that's what I'm there to do. Interviewer finds looking more effective than caring. End quote. So what about now? Thinking back on it, did you sense anything strange in Mr. Misham's behavior? Well, yeah. That's why I'm telling you all this to begin with. Very well, continue with your testimony. Suicide. Hold it. A suicide note. Well, yeah, don't quote me or anything. I'm just saying it's a possibility, you know? Journalist speculates artist committed suicide. End quote. So you didn't actually check the letter? Of course not. It was sealed. Contents of can unknown until can is opened. End quote. You can always check the label.
Or use Emma's machine.
He doesn't have access to that. He's just a journalist.
Good point. Do you think Mr. Misham was writing a suicide note?
If he was, that would solve this case in a jiffy. In our favor, I might add.
It kind of makes me wonder about that letter.
Fine. We'll press on this one. And again, we'll have him add that to the testimony. Yellow envelope. Does have the ring of something important. Add to testimony. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well, please add it to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It's a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. Press. And you saw him seal this yellow envelope with the letter. Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw.
Paulo, do you think this might be...
Our big break, yeah. What I need to do is show some decisive evidence now. Namely, a red envelope. Present the pink envelope. No. The red envelope.
Giving him the pink slip?
Yes, he's fired from being the freelancer.
My
Objection!
favorite way to think about it.
As it just so happens, there was a single letter in the in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. What? Oh god, that animation. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But her forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope.
Maybe he has some undiagnosed colorblindness.
Could have, yeah. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already. 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Broschel, he was just reusing the envelope, Your Honor. I can explain that. Drew, right? He wanted to get that letter into an envelope pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. What about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say about this witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. It's impossible! It was sealed. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped! God, he is so thin and oddly proportioned. It's really weird seeing him in the back of him at the witness stand. He literally does look like a caricature. Yes, Dawning.
I know.
Right. Order
He's a
or
deeply unsettling man.
he really who's more unsettling, him or Hottie?
He Russell is like more physically unsettling, but knowing what you know, but spending a second in the room with Hottie is probably more unsettling because he's a fucking creep.
Yeah, I suppose so. Order. Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court? Oh, my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots. End quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation,
You're
Mr. Brushel.
36.
Is he?
Check your court record.
Yeah, he is. He's 36. Are you suggesting that 36 isn't old?
36 isn't that old.
Good, because I'm only about to turn
You would
35
take
this
this to
year.
imply. You would take that to imply I'm saying you're not old, but you're turning 90, which is old.
35. Thank you very much. Well, that's the thing, see. After he put this letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp. End quote. A stamp? Whatever for? Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him put it in his letter box. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box. That box was empty. Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with this case.
It's almost like someone took the mail.
You know, because they don't collect post at night, and we were there last night after the murder or something. Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter. Falls. End quote. Ahem. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yes, Your Honor. It makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. Yes. Yes. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So, this was from 7 years ago, ja? Exclamation mark. I fucking knew it. So, am I finished? Here. Am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing. I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that, rather unique face. Heck, come on. An attorney has active imagination, little else, end quote. Even I noticed something and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination, end quote. Please, continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. Hey, I'm the one asking the question. No, you absolutely are not. Are you brushing your eyes, sir?
It's disgusting.
Okay, I think he's technically cleaning his glasses. It's still gross. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here. No, in this fucking courtroom, you have zero authority to ask any questions. How many fucking times do we have to ask this guy shit? Scent of a story. Actually, it took quite a bit of work to get a thumbs up from the interview. Reporter leveraged his story, gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. As a forger. So you threatened to go to press with this story. That's how you got your interview. Blackmail. Actually, red mail. R-E-D, not R-E-A-D.
I've read mail.
You probably have. Well, yes. I mean, no. No. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not... Something wrong, Mr. Broschel? Look, this is my story. My tidbit, my journalist's info is livelihood, end quote. I see. While you have me chatting away in here, what's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste. This court feels your pain, Mr. Broschel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago. All right. Press the buttons again. Let's pick up the pace, my ass. If this guy gets scooped by Sally Scooper, I think we're all fine by that, right, Dawning?
Sally Scooper sounds like a nice woman.
Yeah, I'd say you probably want to date her. Oh, hey, I've got to perceive. But all right. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to press. The victim, Drew Misham, had an aversion to reporters? Boy, I guess. Not even my considerable charms did much for him. Yeah, considerable charms my ass. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is. Maybe you can elaborate on that bit for us. A bit for us. Sally Scooper makes a mean ice cream cone. True, Dino Guts, true. Exactly what sort of story was this? Oh, a little one, like I said. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between, end quote. I might have suggested I had a lead on this particular story, but I didn't threaten or cajole or nothing, honest. So a suggestion was enough to get an interview. Mr. Misham must have really wanted to keep it under wraps. Press. A certain case 7 years ago. Tell us what case. Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case. Well, why not? It's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connections. Journalist reveals sources only over his dead body, end quote. So what'll it be, gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney.
You don't know that.
I have magical bullshit goblin who can bring you back to life. So dead men can and will tell tales. Otherwise, I'll sick my Dahlia Hawthorne soul on you. He sounds pretty determined not to talk.
The chances of breaking his will aren't looking good. We could try breaking his will powers, but that's not very nice.
No, we could try breaking his bones instead.
That seems much more reasonable, except his bones might be made of jelly.
What?
You've seen what his head does when he wraps the tie around it.
True. Alright. Press. On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related other than the fact that they're both from 7 years ago?
Oh, I was just saying it's possible. Call it reporter's intuition, end quote. Hey, I say a lot of things. You going to pick all of them apart? Be my guest. We'll be here until next Christmas, in which case I will get scooped by Sally Scooper.
Well, that's just too bad, isn't it?
Yeah, all of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious ones. Which is all of them.
Which is all of them.
Yeah, I see. Anything else to add about Mr. Misham? His talent was without compare, eh? Just how amazing was Mr. Misham's talent?
Huh? Hooey boy. I mean, hey, he's a star, man. A star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Artist paints light up the studio like sun. End quote.
This guy is full of wacky gestures, but that one just now was wackier than usual.
You look kind of nervous to me, Apollo.
Definitely. I'm sensing something different than before here. Maybe it's time to bring out you-know-what.
That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth.
It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous.
I wonder what this story he's talking about is. It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that.
Something powerful enough to drag Drew Misham out of hiding. I wonder, maybe it had something to do with Mr. Misham's art.
Instructions have been made very clear.
They have. It's gotta be perceive on the last statement. Perceive.
Do you think the toothbrush is gonna be where the tick is?
Yes. I thought he was gonna shove it up his nose. I was actually trying to look at his hand.
I thought you were looking in, like, for vibrations in the bristle.
There's nothing. He's not moving.
There's something.
There's nothing. He's not moving.
There's something.
He's not moving.
I didn't say he was moving.
Then what would it be?
Something that would not require him to move.
Which is what? It's not that statement.
It is that statement.
Then where?
His armpit's sweat.
His what?
His armpit's sweat.
That's disgusting.
It might be specifically on one side. I don't remember.
Where's his other one? There we go.
Gotcha!
That's gross.
Well, what did you expect from this guy?
Fair enough. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel?
Yeah, well, a man he can't help his glands, you know.
It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. It's disgusting.
Back.
You're hiding something about his talent.
What? That's ridiculous.
Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. Just so happens I happen to have evidence showing that talent mentioned in the letter. Now, is it the hidden painting, or is it the landscape painting?
I've already helped you.
It's one of those. I think it's got to be the landscape painting, because that actually shows that it's a forgery, and then I show the hidden painting later on.
Take that!
I can't help but wonder what the court is supposed to conclude from this evidence.
Oh.
Other than you've made a horrible mistake. Man burns bridge, forgets to cross first. End quote.
That sounds like
Well,
Phoenix. Have you heard of
Learn
Phoenix?
from your boss.
Say that again?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did learn
Learn
from
from
his
your boss, did you?
Okay. I still think the landscape photo should have worked. The landscape photo abso-fucking-lutely should have worked. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio.
Exclamation mark.
There are two problems with this painting. The first is that it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another See? Either of them should have fucking worked. Is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked, well, sort of like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries.
Ow!
That is all, Your Honor.
Everyone, please, everyone, can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop.
Forgery. That's a serious crime. We'll have to punish him by death. Oh, never mind.
Drew Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Another art meaning forgery.
Drew Misham was talented, all right. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about...
Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumor started circulating 7 years ago.
Uh-huh. 7 years ago? So, are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for...
Exactly.
Forged evidence nets tidy profit. End quote. Order, order, order. Why, it's like our victim was living a double life, like many of our victims have been. Aha! This is my chance. So, the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. Objection. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. Objection! But how did you explain all this money? You have to admit there is a possibility of some illegal activity here, not to mention the fucking forged paintings we have that were literally hanging in his room, and the one that was very clearly stolen. Objection! But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Exclamation mark. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mugs that night. And you, of course. Hey. The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Broschel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you could stand an elephant on it. End quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo, what's he... Oh, wait, that's your line.
That's me. Apollo, what's he talking about?
The cross-examination showed Mr. Broschel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other... We still haven't ruled out suicide as a possibility. We kind of just brushed over that possibility.
Who would he have mailed that suicide note to?
Himself. Or his daughter.
Who lives with him?
Yes.
So why would he mail it out?
So that she doesn't get it right away. Bah. Then the killer had to be Vera. That's what. This next testimony is our last chance. Jesus fuck, how many times does he get to testify? Mr. Broschel,
until he shuts up.
All right. Is this the final testimony of this part?
Technically, none of this stuff that I'm scrolling through is testimony.
So it's still a while until the next to be continued, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, but technically this is the last testimony before to be continued.
I'd ask about how long you think it's going to take.
It's a lot of stuff.
All right. So
it's a lot of stuff, but technically it's not testimony.
Fair enough, smartass. You knew what I was getting at, though.
Yeah, that's why I clarified.
So yeah, we're going to save things off here. And that's where I'm going to call it for a day. We're starting to get into the nitty-gritty of this entire game. You know, again, for some reason, Drew happened to know all about all of Apollo's cases.
He's just a really big fan of law.
Or of Phoenix Wright specifically. I said Phoenix, not Apollo on purpose, by the way. He's got some connection to Phoenix. I don't doubt it. I mean, they're literally shoving it down our throats with the 7 years ago, and that's the forged evidence, and that's how Phoenix lost his license, and I don't think Phoenix would have requested forged evidence. So who did it, Dawning?
Hmm.
It's a good question.
I'll keep
Regardless,
asking.
it's a question that's
Maybe
going to have to
eventually
wait.
the game will answer.
It probably will, but it won't answer for another 2 weeks. Because I will not be streaming this next Monday. I will not be streaming next Monday evening at all. We'll get to that in a moment or two. First of all, though, if you've only caught part of today's stream, you can catch it and all of my other content over on my YouTube channel over there. If you're watching this on YouTube and want to catch me live on my Twitch channel, I go live there. I go live Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings at 7:30 p.m. United States Central Time, usually. You can also catch me live on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel over there, again, usually Sunday mornings at 8:30 a.m. This upcoming weekend, and I'm counting Monday as part of that, is going to be a different schedule than usual. So I will not be streaming Ultra Sun Sunday morning. Instead, I will be streaming something else very exciting. I will also be streaming on the Bulba Garden channel Monday morning. Not mime hunting. Then I will not be streaming here
You'll
Monday.
be glad to have that break, won't you?
Yes, I do want that to be over with already, though. I do. I'm sick of it. Too many mimes. But yeah, no. The reason that I won't be streaming here next Monday, though, is actually nothing to do with any of that. There happens to be a Jewish holiday that night, and I gotta go to synagogue. So,
Which holiday?
Purim, the holiday where we get drunk.
Isn't that like half the holidays at least?
It's two in particular. This is one of the two.
Okay, well,
It's gonna be
don't drink
fun.
more than your wife would approve of.
That's no fun. Regardless, I still have to go to synagogue that evening, so I won't be streaming, but I will be streaming on Sunday and Monday of next week, just Monday not at the usual time or the usual channel. Still going to be fun, though. You can also catch other streamers on the Bulba Garden channel, such as DawningWinds, who has joined me here. Dawning goes live Saturday.
Hi.
Yeah. Dawning goes live Saturday evenings with Pokemon art, and Wednesday evenings with a Pokemon game that I will not mention. I don't know if
France.
that's.
France.
Yeah. I don't know if that's going to happen this week or not, because there's going to be a special Bulbacast at some point on Wednesday, I believe. Obviously, check the Bulba Garden channel for details about our schedule, or Bulba Garden social media, or forums, or Discord for information about the special schedule. Like I said, I'm still streaming Sunday morning. It's just not going to be my usual stream, and I may not be alone streaming Sunday morning. And that's all the hint you're going to get from me. All right. What else? Suppose you can also find Dawning streaming on her own channel when she decides to, but I feel like Little Goblin is going to be too busy to do that for quite some time. Other Bulba Garden streamers you can find on their own channels, like Caps Fan, And then MCH, who is not a Bulb Garden staffer but hangs out here on Wednesdays, you can find on his channel over there. I approve of all of these streamers. I believe that's going to do it for me for today. So, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess.
Good night.